Hello there, and welcome to the Limitless Void channel. I'm so glad you found your way here. Because tonight we'll be drifting through the quiet wonders of the world we call home. Wherever you are in the world, let this be your moment to slow down. Let the noise soften, the edges blur, and your thoughts settle like leaves on still water. Tonight we're staying grounded on Earth. Life on this planet is more mysterious, resilient, and extraordinary than most of us ever imagine. From glowing oceans to immortal jellyfish, from ancient underground forests to microscopic creatures that can live in space, Earth is alive in ways that will surprise you, soothe you, and stir something deep within you. Some of what you hear may change how you see the world. Other discoveries might simply float by like petals on a breeze, gentle, curious, and quietly unforgettable. If this kind of peaceful wonder brings you calm or sparks your curiosity, consider liking and subscribing. It helps others find their way here too. One sleepy soul at a time. But for now, let yourself get comfortable. Take a deep breath and let's begin this slow and soothing journey through the miracles of life on Earth. There's a jellyfish that can live forever. Near the warm coastal waters of the Mediterranean and in oceans around the world, drifts a creature that defies one of nature's most universal laws. The Turritopsis dohrnii, often called the immortal jellyfish, has a remarkable ability. When injured, aged, or threatened, it can revert its body to an earlier stage of life. Like a butterfly turning back into a caterpillar, it returns to its polyp form, the jellyfish equivalent of childhood, and begins again. This process isn't just theoretical. It's been observed repeatedly in labs. The jellyfish can cycle through its life stages over and over, potentially forever, unless it's eaten or destroyed. While it doesn't hold the key to eternal life for humans, it reminds us that nature's imagination far exceeds our own. Here, floating quietly in the sea, is a creature that rewinds time. Not once, but again and again. Trees whisper to each other through a hidden network. In the stillness of a forest, there's a secret conversation taking place beneath your feet. Trees, long thought to be solitary giants, are connected by underground networks of fungal threads known as mycorrhizae. Through these delicate filaments, trees exchange nutrients, send chemical signals, and even share warnings about pests or drought. Older trees, sometimes called mother trees, support their offspring by funneling sugars and resources through this hidden web. It's not a metaphor. It's a biological network so vast and complex, some scientists have begun calling it the Wood Wide Web. A birch tree might support a neighboring fir. A dying tree may pass its last energy to the forest. It's a quiet form of intelligence, not conscious, but deeply cooperative. In this silent world of roots and fungi, the forest is not a collection of individuals, but a single breathing, sharing community. Tardigrades can survive in outer space. They're tiny, strange, and nearly indestructible. And they're called tardigrades, though many know them by their nickname, water bears. These microscopic creatures are less than a millimeter long and look like wrinkled, eight-legged gummy bears under a microscope. But don't let their size fool you. Tardigrades can survive conditions that would destroy almost any other form of life. Freezing temperatures close to absolute zero, boiling heat, crushing pressure, radiation, and even the vacuum of space. In 2007, scientists launched them into orbit, and they came back alive. How did they do it? By entering a state called cryptobiosis. In this mode, they dry themselves out almost completely and suspend their metabolism. They don't die. They just wait. Sometimes for years. And when water returns, they reawaken. Tardigrades remind us that life is tougher, stranger, and more adaptable than we ever imagined, even when drifting through the stars. Oxygen was once a deadly poison. Today we breathe it with every moment. But long ago, oxygen was Earth's most dangerous pollutant. Over 2 billion years ago, early microbial life thrived in an oxygen-free atmosphere. These ancient organisms, known as anaerobes, were the planet's first inhabitants. But then came cyanobacteria, tiny photosynthetic microbes that began releasing oxygen as a byproduct. At first, it wasn't much. But over millions of years, oxygen accumulated in the oceans and air, triggering what's now known as the Great Oxidation Event. For countless anaerobic species, oxygen was toxic. It corroded cells, disrupted ancient metabolisms, and caused a mass extinction. But for others, this invisible gas became a new source of energy. Eventually, it powered the rise of complex multicellular life, including us. So, in a way, the breath that keeps you alive is also the legacy of a mass extinction. Oxygen is not just life-giving, it's history, written in every inhale. Some plants eat animals. We often picture plants as passive, green, and gentle, reaching quietly for the sun. But not all plants wait politely for nutrients. Some go hunting. Carnivorous plants like the Venus flytrap, pitcher plant, and sundew lure insects with sweet scents or sticky nectar, and then snap or trap. A Venus flytrap counts the footsteps of its prey, only closing when it senses multiple touches. Pitcher plants form deep, slippery wells filled with digestive enzymes, where insects slide in and can't escape. Others, like sundews, glisten with tiny tentacles that curl around their prey like slow, sticky arms. Why do they do it? Because they live in poor soil, places where nitrogen is hard to find. So they adapt, not with teeth or claws, but with patience and clever design. These quiet predators remind us that survival takes many forms, and even the gentlest green leaf might hide a hidden appetite. Every leaf is a masterpiece of design. Hold a leaf up to the light and you'll see a quiet miracle. Each one is a finely tuned machine, soft to the touch, yet crafted with microscopic precision. At its heart lies a delicate network of veins, like rivers branching across a landscape. These carry water, minerals, and sugars to every corner of the leaf, fueling the process of photosynthesis. The surface is dotted with tiny pores called stomata, valves that open and close to let carbon dioxide in and oxygen out. The green pigment, chlorophyll, captures sunlight and converts it into energy, not just for the plant, but for nearly every living thing on Earth. Some leaves can track the sun across the sky. Others repel water, trap insects, or store heat. No two are exactly the same in form and function. Each leaf is a masterpiece, fragile, beautiful, and alive with purpose. Some oceans glow in the dark. Imagine walking along a quiet beach at night and seeing the waves glow with an eerie blue-green light. This phenomenon is real and it's caused by tiny living things known as bioluminescent plankton. When disturbed by movement, like a crashing wave or the swirl of a swimmer's hand, they release a flash of cold light. It's not reflected moonlight, but a chemical reaction inside their bodies. The same kind of glow used by fireflies in the sky. In places like Mosquito Bay in Puerto Rico or the Maldives, this glow can light up entire shorelines, turning the sea into a shimmering dreamscape. No electricity, no magic, just biology. Bioluminescence has evolved many times in Earth's oceans, used for everything from camouflage to communication, and here in the darkened tide, the sea offers a quiet, glowing reminder that even in the darkest waters, life finds a way to shine. Your body is more microbe than human. You might feel like a single person, one body, one mind. But in reality, you are an entire living community. Your body contains more microbial cells than human ones. Trillions of bacteria, viruses, fungi, and archaea live on your skin, in your mouth, and deep within your gut. This collection is called your microbiome, and it's not just along for the ride. It helps digest your food, train your immune system, produce vitamins, and even influence your mood and behavior. In many ways, the microbiome is an extension of your body's own intelligence, a vast invisible partner in nearly everything you do. Some microbes protect you, others compete with invaders, and just as no two fingerprints are alike, your microbiome is uniquely yours. So the next time you feel alone, remember, you're never truly by yourself. You're a walking ecosystem, a world within a world. The Earth is slightly pear-shaped. We often picture our planet as a perfect sphere, a beautiful blue marble floating in space. But Earth is not perfectly round. It bulges at the equator due to its rotation and is slightly flattened at the poles. In fact, Earth is an oblate spheroid, but even more fascinating, it's also slightly pear-shaped. The southern hemisphere is marginally larger, and there's a subtle bulge near the North Pole. These tiny deviations from perfect roundness are a result of uneven mass distribution inside the Earth, as well as the constant pull of the Moon's gravity. The difference is so small you would never notice it standing on the surface. But satellites and precise measurements have confirmed that our world, for all its grandeur, is just a little bit lopsided. And somehow, that makes it even more lovable. Ants can build bridges out of their own bodies. In the forests of South America, army ants are constantly on the move, flowing across the jungle floor like a living river. But when they reach a gap or obstacle, they don't stop. Instead, they build bridges out of themselves. One ant anchors to a branch, another climbs onto its back, then another and another until a living structure forms, flexible and strong. Thousands of ants may link together, adjusting in real time to the weight and traffic above them. When the colony is done crossing, the bridge disassembles and the ants rejoin the march. These living bridges are not commanded by a leader. Instead, they emerge from the local decisions, each ant responding to its neighbors, guided by instinct and contact. It's a stunning example of collective intelligence, a shape-shifting structure made entirely of life. One body among many, all working as one. Octopuses can rewrite their own DNA. In the silent depths of the ocean, the octopus drifts like a dream, shape-shifting, color-shifting, and watching with eerie alien eyes. It's already one of the most intelligent creatures on Earth. But what lies beneath is even stranger. Octopuses can edit their own RNA, the molecular scripts that translate DNA into proteins. While most animals stick to the genetic code they were born with, octopuses can make real-time adjustments to how their genes are expressed. This means they can fine-tune their biology on the fly, altering how their neurons work, how they sense their environment, or how they respond to temperature and stress. It's not the same as changing their DNA, but it gives them remarkable flexibility. We don't fully understand why or how they do this, but it adds one more mystery to a creature that already seems to come from another world. Earth has a heartbeat. Beneath the surface of our planet, a deep and ancient pulse resonates. Scientists have detected extremely low-frequency electromagnetic waves that circle the globe, bouncing between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. These are called Schumann resonances, and the primary frequency hums at about 7.83 Hz. It's not audible to humans, but it vibrates at the very edge of our biology. Some researchers believe this frequency may even influence brainwave activity during sleep. The lightning around the world, striking the ground about 100 times every second, helps sustain this resonance. So, in a very real sense, the thunderstorms that light up the night sky are keeping the heartbeat of the planet alive. Earth hums, Earth breathes, and deep in its electromagnetic shell, it sings a quiet, endless song. Life has survived 5 mass extinctions. Life on Earth is ancient and astonishingly resilient. Over the past 500 million years, our planet has experienced at least 5 mass extinction events. Each one wiped out the majority of species living at the time. The most devastating, known as the Permian extinction, erased over 90% of marine life and 70% of land species. Volcanoes, asteroids, climate shifts. Each time, the world changed, and each time, life came back. Not the same life, but something new. From the ashes of extinction, ecosystems reshaped themselves. Tiny survivors became the ancestors of new lineages. It's a quiet testament of the persistence of biology. Life doesn't just endure, it adapts, evolves, and reinvents itself. We are part of that story, born from ancient survivors who endured darkness and silence and found a way forward. A thread unbroken, even through catastrophe. Mushrooms can control the behavior of insects. In the shaded dampness of a forest, a strange drama unfolds, one that blurs the line between plant and puppeteer. Certain fungi, like Ophiocordyceps, infect insects such as ants, infiltrating their bodies and brains. Once inside, the fungus begins to grow, releasing chemicals that alter the insect's behavior. The ant, now under fungal control, climbs high into the vegetation and clamps onto a leaf or branch. Then it stops. The fungus kills its host and sprouts a stalk from the body, releasing spores to infect others below. It's a gruesome, precise cycle, honed over millions of years. Scientists still don't fully understand how the fungus manipulates the nervous system so effectively. But in this quiet war of biology, even the smallest organisms wield astonishing power. The forest is more than green and peaceful. It's full of unseen strategies, some elegant and some terrifying. Earth's water is ancient. The water you drink today may have been sipped by a dinosaur, a mammoth, or an ancient sea creature. Water on Earth is extraordinarily old. Much of it arrived billions of years ago, carried by asteroids and comets that bombarded the young planet. The water cycle evaporation, clouds, rain, rivers, and sea has been running continuously for billions of years. So the water in your glass has been part of the ocean, part of a cloud, part of a glacier, part of a living cell, perhaps many times over. Every river, every raindrop, every drop of morning dew is borrowed from a vast and nice ancient supply. When you take a sip, you're drinking something almost as old as the solar system itself. Water remembers everything it's touched, and it carries that history gently, falling quiet and clear into your hands. The color blue is rare in nature. Look around you, the sky, the ocean, the shimmer of butterfly wings. Blue is everywhere. And yet in the natural world, blue is one of the rarest pigments. Most blue creatures like blue jays, morpho butterflies, or peacocks don't actually contain blue pigment at all. Instead, their color comes from structure. Microscopic patterns on their surfaces bend and scatter light in a way that reflects blue wavelengths. It's called structural coloration, and it's an optical illusion made by shape, not dye. True blue pigments are hard for living organisms to make, and few have managed it. That makes every natural blue a kind of trick, an interaction between light and the tiniest architecture. So the next time you see a flash of blue in the wild, remember, you're not just seeing color, you're seeing light dancing on the edge of biology and physics. Elephants grieve their dead. Among the grasses and dust of the savannah, elephants do something few other animals are known to do. They mourn. When an elephant comes across the bones of a deceased relative or friend, it slows down. It touches the remains with its trunk. It lingers. Some have been observed returning to the same spot years later, gently examining the bones again. Elephants have even been seen standing guard over the dying, staying nearby, refusing to leave. Their grief may not be exactly like ours, but it's something deeply felt. They form strong family bonds, remember old companions, and seem to carry emotional weight. It's a quiet truth that humbles us, that empathy, loss, and love may not belong only to humans. In the hearts of these great, gentle giants, something very old and tender stirs, a recognition of life's impermanence. The Earth's core is as hot as the surface of the sun. Deep beneath your feet, far below the cool soil and warm bedrock, lies a place of extraordinary heat. The inner core of the Earth, a solid ball of iron and nickel, reaches temperatures of around 5,000 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. That is roughly the same temperature as the surface of the sun. Yet, despite this incredible heat, the inner core remains solid. The immense pressure from the weight of the entire planet above it keeps it from melting. Surrounding it is the outer core, which is liquid, and it's the movement of this molten metal that generates Earth's magnetic field. Without that field, solar wind would strip away our atmosphere. Without our atmosphere, life as we know it could not exist. So in a way, the blazing heat at the center of the Earth is quietly protecting every living thing on its surface, a furnace at the heart of home. Coral reefs are built by tiny animal architects. Coral reefs are among the most vibrant ecosystems on Earth, but they're not built by plants or rocks. They're built by animals. Each coral is a colony of tiny creatures called polyps. They feed by extending stinging tentacles to catch plankton, and they build their homes by secreting calcium carbonate, creating the stony skeletons that form reefs. Over time, these skeletons accumulate, forming massive underwater structures that can stretch for hundreds of miles. And within these reefs, life flourishes. Fish, crustaceans, mollusks, sea turtles, and countless others. Despite covering less than 1% of the ocean floor, coral reefs support nearly a quarter of all marine life. They are living cities, built not by design but by the slow labor of millions of unseen architects. Delicate, colorful, and deeply vulnerable, reefs are a reminder of how much life can rise from the smallest hands. Slime molds can solve mazes without a brain. They look like something from a science fiction movie, and in many ways they behave like it too. Slime molds are single-celled organisms that live in soil, decaying wood, and other damp environments. They have no brain, no nervous system, and yet they can solve mazes. In laboratory experiments, scientists place a slime mold in a maze with food at 2 exits. The slime spreads out in all directions, then pulls back, leaving behind the most efficient path between the 2 points. It doesn't think, it doesn't plan, but somehow it figures it out. Slime molds use chemical gradients and feedback to explore their environment, a kind of distributed intelligence written into their bodies. They've even been used to model transportation networks, showing surprising parallels to human systems. It's a strange, mesmerizing reminder that intelligence comes in many forms. Not all of them need a brain. The Amazon makes its own rain. The Amazon rainforest doesn't just absorb rain, it creates it. Each day, as sunlight warms the canopy, billions of trees release moisture into the air through a process called transpiration. This vapor rises, cools, and condenses into clouds, which then fall again as rain, feeding the forests below. It's a cycle so vast and efficient that the Amazon generates much of its own weather. This self-sustaining loop helps regulate the climate of an entire continent and even influences weather patterns across the Atlantic. The forest is not just a collection of trees, but a vast breathing system. And when parts of it are lost through deforestation or fire, the cycle weakens. Rain lessens, droughts spread. The Amazon is often called the lungs of the earth, but it's also the beating heart of South America's skies, pulsing moisture, breath, and life into the air itself. The moon is slowly drifting away. Every year, the moon moves approximately 3.8 centimeters farther from Earth. This retreat is gradual, almost imperceptible, but it has been measured precisely by lasers bounced off reflectors left on the lunar surface by Apollo astronauts. The moon is drifting because of tidal interactions with Earth. As our planet's oceans are pulled by lunar gravity, they create a slight bulge of water that tugs the moon forward in its orbit. This tiny push causes the moon to spiral slowly outward. Billions of years ago, the moon was much closer. The tides would have been enormous, crashing across continents with tremendous force. One day, so far in the future it scarcely bears imagining, the moon will be distant enough that total solar eclipses will no longer occur. But for now, it hangs in the sky, achingly beautiful and ever so slowly letting go. Some frogs freeze solid and still survive. In the icy stillness of winter, some frogs undergo one of the most astonishing transformations in the animal kingdom. They freeze. Not just slow down, but literally turn solid. The wood frog of North America can survive being frozen for days or even weeks. Its heart stops. Its blood turns to ice. Organs shut down and its body stiffens completely. But thanks to natural antifreeze compounds in its tissues, the frog's cells remain intact. When spring returns and temperatures rise, the ice melts and the frog wakes up, hopping away as if nothing happened. It's not a metaphor, it's cryogenic survival affected by evolution. Scientists study these frogs in hopes of learning how to preserve human tissues or understand extreme biological resilience. For now, they remain quiet miracles of adaptation, tiny amphibians that defy winter's grip and return, heartbeat by heartbeat, to the living world. Whales can sing across entire oceans. Beneath the surface of the sea, songs drift through the dark, long, slow, and haunting. The calls of blue whales can travel for thousands of miles underwater. These low-frequency vocalizations are among the loudest and deepest sounds made by any animal, and in the quiet depths, they can echo from coast to coast. Whales use these songs to find mates, navigate and communicate across vast distances. Each population has its own dialect, and their songs can evolve over time, passed down like oral traditions. Some species, like the humpback, create long, intricate melodies that shift year by year, with different whales contributing new phrases. We don't fully understand everything they're saying, but we know it matters. These are not random sounds, they are messages shared across a watery world, among creatures who have roamed Earth's oceans for longer than any human memory. Seeds can lie dormant for thousands of years. Seeds are tiny time travelers. They may seem like simple, lifeless things, but inside they carry the blueprint for life, and sometimes an incredible patience. Some seeds can remain dormant for decades, even centuries, waiting for the perfect moment to sprout. In one remarkable case, a date palm seed, found in a 2,000-year-old archaeological site, was successfully germinated in modern times. It had slept through empires, seasons, and silence. Then, with water and warmth, awoke and grew. Other seeds survive freezing, fire, or burial under meters of earth. They're equipped with protective coats, complex chemistry, and finely tuned sensitivity to their environment. When the moment is right, not before, they begin again. In every seed is a quiet promise that life can wait, endure, and return. A single grain of stillness holding the future in its shell. Lightning strikes the earth about 100 times every second. At any given moment, there are roughly 2,000 thunderstorms active around the planet. Together, they produce an astonishing spectacle. Lightning strikes the Earth's surface approximately 100 times per second, or around 8 million times per day. Each bolt superheats the surrounding air to temperatures 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun, in just a fraction of a second. This explosive heating causes the rapid expansion of air, which we hear as thunder. Lightning is also responsible for producing nitrogen compounds that enrich the soil. In this way, every storm is also a fertilizer, delivering nutrients to forests, grasslands, and farms alike. Before humans learned to fix nitrogen industrially, lightning was one of nature's primary methods for making the land fertile. The storm that lights up the night sky is not just a spectacle, it is a gift to the living world. Dolphins have names for each other. In the ocean's shimmering blue, dolphins communicate with an intricate language of clicks and whistles. But there's something even more remarkable. They seem to have names. Each dolphin develops a unique signature whistle early in life, a kind of acoustic ID. Other dolphins learn and remember this whistle, using it to call out to specific individuals. It's not mimicry, it's recognition. When researchers played back a dolphin's own signature whistle, the animal responded, just like a person might turn when hearing their name. This behavior suggests a level of social memory and identity previously thought to be uniquely human. Dolphins live in complex, ever-changing groups. Being able to identify and track individuals helps maintain bonds, manage relationships, and navigate their fluid social world. In the deep, dolphins speak, and in their calls we glimpse something astonishing. The roots of language echoing beneath the waves. The Sahara was once a lush, green paradise. Today, the Sahara stretches like a golden sea, vast, hot, and dry. But not so long ago, it was something else entirely. Roughly 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, much of the Sahara was green. Rain fell regularly, rivers flowed, lakes shimmered in the sun. Wildlife roamed the grasslands. Elephants, crocodiles, giraffes, and humans lived there, leaving behind cave paintings of abundant life. This period, known as the African Humid Period, was driven by subtle shift in Earth's orbit, which altered the strength of seasonal monsoons. Eventually, the rains faded and the desert returned. But deep beneath the sands lie ancient lakebeds, fossilized trees, and buried evidence of a world transformed. The Sahara is not just a desert, it's a memory. A reminder that even the harshest landscapes were once soft, green, and alive. And might be again one day. There is a river that flows beneath the Amazon. High above the Amazon basin, the great river snakes its way toward the sea. But far below, invisible beneath 4 kilometers of rock, scientists have discovered another river. The Hamza River, named after the scientist who identified it, flows in the same direction as the Amazon, south to north. It is extraordinarily wide, much wider than the Amazon itself, though its flow is thousands of times slower. The Hamza moves through porous rock rather than open water. It feeds no surface lakes or forests. It likely discharges into the Atlantic Ocean, where it may influence the salt concentration of the water. Most people will never know it exists. But deep beneath one of the world's greatest rivers, another river moves in silence, a twin hidden in stone, ancient, slow, and unceasing. Wolves change the shape of rivers. When wolves were reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park in the 1990s, something incredible happened. They didn't just affect deer populations, they reshaped the entire landscape. With fewer grazing animals, vegetation along riverbanks recovered. Trees and shrubs grew taller. Birds returned. Beavers built dams. The healthier plant life stabilized the soil, reducing erosion and changing how water flowed. In some places, rivers became more narrow and meandering, more stable. This phenomenon, known as a trophic cascade, shows how a single species can affect an entire ecosystem. Wolves, by simply doing what wolves do, created a ripple effect that transformed forests, waterways, and animal populations. It's a powerful reminder that nature is interconnected in ways we often don't see. Every creature plays a role, sometimes subtle, sometimes profound. And in the howl of a returning wolf, the land begins to heal. Flowers can hear the buzz of bees. We often think of flowers as passive, colorful, fragrant, and still, but some flowers are listening. Research has shown that certain plants can respond to the sound of a bee's buzz. When a pollinator approaches, the vibration of its wings triggers the flower to produce sweeter nectar within just minutes. The flower doesn't have ears, of course, but its petals vibrate in response to sound, acting like sensory organs that detect specific frequencies. This helps ensure the plant offers a better reward exactly when a pollinator is nearby. It's a quiet dialogue. The bee calls. The flower answers. This subtle acoustic awareness adds another layer to how we understand plant behavior. Even without nerves or brains, plants can sense, respond, and adapt in real time. The garden is not silent, it's full of delicate, humming conversations. Earth was struck by another planet long ago. Our moon did not form in the way you might expect. Scientists believe that roughly 4.5 billion years ago, a Mars-sized planet called Theia collided with the early Earth in a cataclysmic impact. The collision was so massive, so violent, that it blasted enormous amount of rock and debris into orbit. Over time, this debris clumped together under gravity, forming what became our moon. Evidence for this event is preserved in lunar rocks, which share a chemical signature with Earth's mantle. Without that ancient collision, there might be no moon. Without the moon, our planet's axial tilt might wobble dramatically, causing extreme climate swings. The moon stabilizes our climate, drives our tides, and helped shape the conditions for life. All because long ago, two worlds collided in the dark. Lichens are two organisms living as one. On stones, tree bark, and mountain cliffs, you'll find lichens, simple, crusty patches of color clinging to the surface. But these quiet organisms hold a surprising truth. They are not one life form, but two or sometimes more. A lichen is a partnership between a fungus and an alga, or cyanobacterium. The fungus provides structure and protection. The photosynthetic partner makes food from sunlight. Together they survive in places too harsh for either alone, from Arctic tundra to dry deserts. It's not always a gentle partnership. Sometimes the fungus dominates, shaping the alga into submission. But the result is resilience, a blended life form that can thrive where few others can. Lichens are ancient, stable, and essential to many ecosystems. They break down rock into soil, provide food, and create shelter. Two species, one life. a quiet collaboration written into the surface of the world. The ocean has more mountains than the land. We tend to think of mountains as vast, towering things visible from far away. But most of Earth's mountains are hidden. The ocean floor is covered in mountain ranges, volcanoes, and ridges that dwarf anything on land. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, for instance, is the longest mountain chain on Earth, stretching some 65,000 kilometers across the ocean floor. The tallest mountain measured from its base to its peak is not Everest, but Mauna Kea in Hawaii. Most of it lies beneath the Pacific Ocean. Only about 4,200 meters of its nearly 10,000 meter height rises above the sea surface. Every year, explorers discover new underwater mountains, some taller than the Alps. Many host their own unique ecosystems, untouched and uncharted. The greatest topography on our planet lies in silence, underwater, unseen, and mostly unexplored. Naked mole rats don't age like other mammals. They're strange, wrinkled, and live underground. But naked mole rats are one of the most biologically fascinating mammals alive. Unlike most creatures, they seem to defy the usual patterns of aging. They don't show a typical increase in mortality risk as they get older. They resist cancer, tolerate low oxygen environments, and live up to 30 years, an incredibly long time for a rodent. Their cells remain stable. Their proteins resist damage. In fact, a 5-year-old mole rat looks very much like a 25-year-old one. Internally, at least. They live in complex underground colonies with a single breeding queen, much like insects. Scientists study them for clues about longevity, cancer resistance, and resilience under stress. In the dim tunnels beneath the Earth, these creatures lead quiet, hidden lives, soft-skinned and small but carrying secrets that may one day help us all. Some parts of Earth have never seen rain. The Atacama Desert in South America is the driest non-polar desert on Earth. Some of its regions have not recorded measurable rainfall for decades, perhaps centuries. The soil in certain parts of the Atacama is so dry and nutrient-poor that it resembles the surface of Mars more closely than any other place on Earth. NASA uses the Atacama to test Mars rovers and to search for life in the most extreme conditions our planet offers. And yet, even here, life exists. Certain microbes cling to salt crystals, extracting moisture from the air. Cacti have adapted to survive on almost nothing. Some plants flower only after the rarest of storms. Even in the driest place on Earth, life refuses to be erased. It clings, waits, and endures. A reminder that wherever conditions allow, however briefly, life will always try. Some parrots can outsmart a toddler. They're colorful, talkative, and often playful. But parrots are also among the most intelligent animals on the planet. Studies have shown that some species, like the African gray parrot, can count, understand concepts like same and different, and even grasp the idea of zero. One famous parrot named Alex learned to identify colors, shapes, and quantities. He could ask for what he wanted, express frustration, and answer complex questions. In many tasks, he performed on par with, or better than, a human toddler. Parrots use their intelligence in the wild too, solving problems, navigating social groups, and even using tools. Their brains are structured differently from ours, but evolution has found a parallel path. When a parrot speaks, it isn't just mimicking, it may also be thinking. Bright feathers, brighter minds, and a little bird that just might be smarter than you think. The Earth rotates slightly faster after major earthquakes. Every so often, when a massive earthquake shakes the planet, it changes the distribution of mass on Earth's surface. When mass shifts closer to the axis of rotation, Earth spins a tiny bit faster. just as a spinning ice skater speeds up when they pull in their arms. After the 2011 Tohoku earthquake in Japan, scientists calculated that Earth's day shortened by about 1.8 microseconds. These are unimaginably small changes, but they are real, measurable, and consistent with the physics of rotating bodies. The planet is not fixed or passive. It responds to every major event on its surface. Every tremor that reshapes a coastline or shifts a tectonic plate also nudges the planet's rotation, ever so slightly, like a heartbeat adjusting to a moment of exertion. The Earth is alive in ways that go far deeper than soil and sea. Earth's oldest living creature is a clonal tree. In a quiet grove in Utah stands what may be the oldest known living organism on Earth. It doesn't look ancient, just a cluster of ordinary trees with trembling leaves. But beneath the surface, they're all connected. This is Pando, a clonal colony of quaking aspens. Each trunk you see is genetically identical, part of a single root system that may be over 80,000 years old. Pando doesn't reproduce with seeds. Instead, it sends up new stems from its roots, generation after generation, forming a living forest made of one tree. Though individual trunks die and regrow, the organism as a whole endures. It has survived ice ages, storms, and time itself. A forest that is also a single being, ancient, quiet, and still very much alive. Rooted in place and reaching always toward the sky. Sharks have been on Earth longer than trees. Sharks are often seen as modern predators. Sleek, fast, and dangerous. But their lineage is older than it appears. Sharks have existed for over 400 million years. Trees, by comparison, only appeared around 350 million years ago. That means sharks were swimming in Earth's oceans before a single leaf shaded the land. They survived 5 mass extinctions, including the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. Their basic body plan has changed very little over time, a testament to how effective and well-adapted they are. Modern sharks come in hundreds of forms, from gentle whale sharks to hammerheads and deep-sea lantern sharks. But all carry the legacy of deep time, a lineage almost unimaginably old. Each glide through the water is a movement shaped by aeons, silent, steady, and enduring. Your bones are made of stardust. It's not poetry, it's physics. The calcium in your bones, the very structure that holds you upright, was forged in the heart of ancient stars. In the final moments of a massive star's life, elements heavier than helium are created through nuclear fusion. When the star explodes in a supernova, those elements are scattered across space. Over time, they drift into clouds of dust and gas, mixing and settling until gravity pulls them together once more. Planets form, oceans rise, and eventually on one small blue world, life begins. The calcium, iron, carbon, and oxygen in your body all come from those ancient stars. You don't just live in the universe, you are the universe, arranged in a pattern that can think, breathe, and wonder. You are quite literally made of stardust, walking on a world shaped by light and time. There are rivers in the ocean. The ocean is not still. It is crossed by vast invisible currents, rivers within the sea, that travel thousands of kilometers and carry more water than all the world's rivers combined. The Gulf Stream, for instance, carries warm water from the Gulf of Mexico northward along the eastern coast of North America, across the Atlantic and toward Europe. Without it, much of northwestern Europe would be far colder. These ocean currents are driven by differences in temperature and salinity. Together they form the global thermohaline circulation, sometimes called the ocean conveyor belt. It distributes heat, nutrients, and oxygen around the planet. It influences monsoons, droughts, and weather patterns worldwide. When this circulation slows, as scientists fear it may, entire climate systems shift. The rivers in the sea are not decoration. They are the circulatory system of the planet, flowing, pulsing, and essential to all life on Earth. Some birds can sleep while flying. High above the waves, where there's no place to rest, some birds have mastered a remarkable skill: sleeping on the wing. Species like the frigate bird and the alpine swift can stay aloft for days or even weeks, gliding across vast distances without ever landing. To survive such journeys, they sleep with only half their brain at a time, a phenomenon called unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. One side of the brain rests while the other stays alert, enough to guide flight and avoid danger. Their eyes even take turns staying open. It's not deep sleep, but it's enough. While soaring over the sea, they drift in and out of awareness, cradled by the wind. Nature has found a way for rest and motion to coexist, a gentle balance of vigilance and surrender. And in the quiet sky, some dreams are carried on wings. Earth's ice holds ancient air. In the frozen heart of Antarctica and Greenland, ice sheets have been building for hundreds of thousands of years, layer upon layer, trapping within them tiny bubbles of ancient atmosphere. Scientists drill deep into this ice, extracting cores that serve as time capsules of the air. Inside these bubbles is the actual air from thousands of years ago, air breathed by woolly mammoths, air from before the Industrial Revolution, air from the last ice age. By analyzing these bubbles, scientists can reconstruct the composition of ancient atmospheres, measuring carbon dioxide, methane, and temperature with extraordinary precision. This is how we know that greenhouse gases today are higher than at any point in at least 800,000 years. The ice remembers. It holds the breath of history and whispers what the world was, so we might understand what it is becoming. The human brain runs on tiny electrical sparks. Beneath your thoughts, beneath your dreams, your brain glows with quiet fire. Every idea, every memory, every motion begins as an electrical signal, a spark leaping between neurons in the darkness. Your brain contains roughly 86 billion of these cells, each forming thousands of connections, creating an intricate web of communication. These tiny impulses travel down axons, jump across synapses, and cascade into patterns that become feelings, words, and decisions. It's not electricity like in a wire. It's biological, flowing through ion channels fueled by chemical gradients. The result is a storm of light and thought, always changing, always alive. Even in deep sleep, your brain hums with low rhythms, waves of electricity pulsing beneath your skull. You are not powered by wires or gears, but by sparks. Tiny flickers that give rise to awareness. There are volcanoes on other worlds. Earth is not the only volcanic world in the solar system. Io, one of Jupiter's moons, is the most volcanically active body we know of in the entire solar system. Its surface is covered in hundreds of active volcanoes, erupting constantly with plumes of sulfur that can reach hundreds of kilometers high. Io's volcanic activity is driven not by internal heat but by tidal flexing, the constant gravitational squeezing and stretching caused by Jupiter and its other large moons. Venus, too, has thousands of volcanoes, many of which may still be active. Mars, now quiet, was once home to Olympus Mons, the largest volcano in the solar system, nearly 3 times the height of Mount Everest. Even some moons of Saturn and Neptune show signs of cryovolcanism erupting not with lava, but with ice and water. Volcanoes are not rare in the cosmos. They are one of the universe's great reshaping forces, building worlds from within. Crows can plan for the future, In the quiet corners of forests and cities, crows go about their day with purpose, remarkable foresight. These birds, members of the corvid family, have been observed saving tools for future use, hiding food in secure places, and even bartering for rewards. In experiments, crows have chosen a less tasty treat in the moment if it meant getting something better later. They've used sticks to fish out food, bent wires into hooks, and shown an understanding of cause and effect. Some even remember the faces of people who've wronged them and hold grudges for years. Their intelligence rivals that of great apes despite their much smaller brains. And unlike many animals, crows seem to think ahead, not just act on impulse. They are planners, problem solvers, quiet minds in feathered coats, watching, learning, and remembering. The human body glows just very faintly. You shine more than you know. Like many living organisms, the human body emits a faint glow, a form of bioluminescence invisible to the naked eye. This light is not like the glow of fireflies or deep-sea creatures. It's caused by tiny biochemical reactions that occur when free radicals interact with lipids and proteins in our cells. The result is the release of photons, small pulses of light. Using ultra-sensitive cameras, scientists have captured this glow, revealing that it fluctuates throughout the day, peaking in the late afternoon. Our faces tend to emit the most, likely due to higher metabolic activity. It's incredibly dim, about 1,000 times weaker than what our eyes can detect. But it's there, shimmering softly in the dark. Your body, even in sleep, is not entirely still. It hums, it breathes, and yes, it glows. Termites build mounds with natural air conditioning. From the outside, a termite mound may look like just a pile of dirt, but inside it's a marvel of natural engineering, a city built by insects. Some mounds stretch over 30 feet tall and house millions of termites in a complex, layered network of chambers and tunnels. What's most remarkable, though, is the ventilation. Termites design their mounds to regulate temperature and airflow using convection currents. Warm air rises and escapes through vents while cooler air is drawn in from below. This passive air conditioning maintains a stable internal environment, even when outside temperatures swing wildly. No blueprints, no architect, just instinct, iteration, and cooperation. It's a natural form of climate control, achieved without tools or technology. In the soil beneath our feet, insects have built structures that rival our own. Quiet, efficient, and beautifully adapted. The night sky you see is the past. When you look up at the stars on a clear night, you're not seeing the universe as it is. You are seeing it as it was. Light travels fast, at 300,000 kilometers per second. But space is so vast that the light from distant stars takes years, centuries, or millennia to reach us. The North Star is about 430 light-years away. The light you see left it around the time of the Renaissance. The Andromeda Galaxy, the farthest thing visible to the naked eye, is 2.5 million light-years distant. The light reaching your eyes tonight began its journey when our human ancestors were just learning to make tools. Every time you look at the night sky, you are looking back in time. The stars you see may not even exist anymore. Some may have already exploded. The sky is a time machine, and every night you stand before it, you are standing at the edge of the past. Life keeps finding new ways to begin again. Despite disasters, extinctions, and cosmic odds, life has never stopped. It emerged from boiling vents in the ocean, spread across continents, took flight, swam deep, burrowed under, and soared into sky. It adapted to cold, heat, acid, vacuum, and time. Every time it seemed cornered, it found a new shape, a new strategy. It grew feathers, fur, armor, and thought. It built coral reefs and root systems, nests and cities. Even now, in the deepest caves, the saltiest lakes, and the hottest springs, life is beginning again. And again. Not perfect, not always pretty, but endlessly determined. In you, in me, in every leaf and breath and cell, the experiment continues, and the story is still being written. And now, with the final thought softly settled into place, let the world grow quiet around you. We've wandered through oceans and forests, deserts and tundras, mountain peaks and ancient roots. We've heard the silent conversations of plants, the glow of jellyfish, the songs of whales. And through it all, a single truth echoes gently beneath the surface. Life is extraordinary, not because it is perfect, but because it persists, it adapts, it endures, and it continues to surprise us. Somewhere right now, a coral is releasing its eggs into the dark. A bird is flying in its sleep. A flower is counting the footsteps of a bee. You are part of the story too, not separate from nature, but made of it. Cells and sparks, memories and motion. A living thread in the long, unfolding pattern of Earth. So wherever you are, allow your mind to rest. Let your breath slow. Let your thoughts grow soft at the edges. The journey doesn't end, it simply pauses here until curiosity calls again. Sleep well, and thank you for dreaming with us.